following program comes to you in color.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
A very pleasant good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt with you back once again for another edition of Runway DFW, our first of this week, here on, what is the day? August 12th, 2024. That's the day. We are here. We're going to bring you all the action from now until around about 11 o'clock Central Time. So stick around with us here for another edition of Runway DFW. Well, I continue to be trying to work with equipment that I'll be using on our halfway around the world journey coming up later next month, when we go to Los Angeles first, and then we check in. We head over to Seoul, South Korea, aboard a mighty Korean Air A380. And we'll see an A380 later on as British Airways takes off for London. But our first catch of the day is going to be Sun Country Flight 504. It's going to Minneapolis, St. Paul, its home base. I just saw a Noel Phillips video. He's another YouTuber. He globe trots on our behalf. And he was taking a Sun Country plane from, I think it was from Minneapolis to Branson, Missouri. The last flight of the year to Branson from Minneapolis. That was interesting to see. So off to Minneapolis goes that 737-800, 23-year-old airplane. As you could see in our earlier shot, we've got, well, in that shot, you can see one of the three MD-11s that are parked next door to us here at Founders Plaza over at the UPS facility. There's another one. And then there's a third one behind a wall. We expect at least two of those to go out during our broadcast this evening. And look at this, the GoPro is going right now. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last, but we'll keep an eye on that. So we spoke just a moment ago of the A380. Let's take a look at that. There it is, parked at Terminal D. Headed back to London in the not too distant future. And let's see who's on board with us today. Ron C. says, my around the world trip DFW to Calcutta, to Helsinki, to DFW, business meetings over 2 weeks. Whoa, that is definitely a around the world journey. Hope you have a great one. Luke says, ooh, Trijet 2. Yeah, we have three altogether. Our lenses, they're spread out enough that we can't show them all in the same shot. But hopefully we'll get to see them a little bit later on. We have something nice to show you here. It is the America West American Airlines livery, heritage livery, with the, guess what, teal and orange configuration. That is American Flight 329, the America West livery. It's going to Boise, Idaho. Josh Aldrich checking in from Kansas City, from Oklahoma City. And Luke's liking that. And Curtis Marduz says, I see the Piedmont livery over there at Terminal A. Is it back there somewhere? Sometimes if you're looking at a big screen, it's easier for you to see than it is for me. So I'm just looking at little screens here, trying to keep up with everything. And here's Josh Aldrich again. Oh, Boise. I don't know why our rim shot is not working tonight. All right, trying to work things out here behind the scenes, but we'll keep an eye on this America West retro heritage livery. It's a steamy Monday night here at DFW Airport. So do we have our weather beacon here? Let's see. Let me put that in. I should put that in and that in, so you see who we are and where we are and what time it is. Well, we've got another special livery coming in right now. It's the American Airlines One World livery. Celebrating its alliance with other airlines to make traveling easier. That's flight 1803 coming in from McAllen, Texas, 737-800. I see an MD-11 on the radar, although all the ones that I see with my eyeballs have their cargo doors open, so may not be quite ready for us to see. Heath Shelton says, Walt, are you aware of the Delta Los Angeles 28 Olympics livery. You know, I think I heard some talk about it. I don't know that I've ever seen it. Definitely be on the lookout. Luke said he saw another one of those One World liveries landing at Chicago O'Hare on a Brand X stream. Well, that's okay. Listen, I celebrate anybody who will come out in the heat, the cold, the wind, the rain to bring you airport traffic. I appreciate that all. Luke said that MD-11 is giving us false hope, just like on Saturday night. Yeah, we had a plane on Saturday night, an MD-11, which popped into the radar and just kept teasing us, and it never took off. And Josh poses the question, what about water they serve on Fiji Airways? I'm going to guess Evian, right? Here we go. This one final pose here of the America West livery. You can see it's a little windy tonight. I've got our tripod here loaded down with 10 pounds of dead weight plus another 5 or 7 pound battery, and it's still a little bit less than steady. Josh White queries, how do you listen to DFW ATC? Well, there's two ways really. You can hear it in the background because they have loudspeakers here, but we also have a scanner which imparts that audio to us. So that's why you hear a little echo sometimes, because the loudspeakers come over our microphones. We have two microphones here, one for me and one for just the general atmosphere. And there is a bit of a delay between what comes over the loudspeakers and what we get directly from ground control. So into the sky goes that aircraft off to Boise. Anna, the dispatcher, who was here about a week ago or so. Hello to you, Anna. She's a channel member. We have our first UPS arrival of the evening. We'll probably see more departures than arrivals. I would classify that as a Land O'Lakes landing for that 757 coming in from Columbia, Missouri, I'm guessing. Well, maybe not. It left 2 hours and 14 minutes ago. And there goes our first 20th century aircraft of this broadcast. We've got a heavy passenger jet getting ready to take off. Flight 963 to Sao Paulo. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. About to make the U-turn at the top of runway 18 left. If you're new to DFW Airport, we've got 7 runways altogether here. We overlook just 2 of them, 18 right and left here on the west side. There's another runway here on the west side, 13 right, which is a diagonal runway. These 2 runways we see are north-south. The other one is a crosswind runway. And there generally is activity on that runway as well. I haven't seen any tonight, but I haven't really been paying attention to that. Over on the east side, there are 4 runways, 3 parallel north-south runways, 17 right, center, and left, and 13 left. Of course, we're talking about South Flow. Planes are coming from the north, landing to the south, and taking off to the south. Oh, Don Lowry correcting me. Columbia, South Carolina. That sounds better. Sounds more correct. .757 Chip has been now a member for 15 months of Runway DFW member for 15 months. One of our originals. And I thank you so much for your support over all of these months. That's practically a year and a half, isn't it? Almost. Let's take a look at the beautiful stylings of this, speaking of 757's, Chip. Take a look at the beautiful stylings of this 757, which just touched down. That is a very elegant aircraft. Brian Henry says, good evening, Walt. Turkish started their twice-a-day flights, every other day, I do believe, to DFW today. You know, I'd forgotten all about that. So, yeah, you want to get to Istanbul, you can get there more often. Turkish had a daily Dreamliner flight, and now they've expanded it to every other day. They've got a second flight. So if you want to go around the world, it's one way to do it, because you can make a lot of connections in Istanbul. It's going deep, deep, deep back into the bowels of UPS land back there. That 90s kid says that 757 is sexy. RJ Luke says, I'll be flying into Houston in September to see my father in Lake Livingston, Texas. Well, I hope you have a great trip. Bright Guy says, love 757s. Did I push that up? There it is. I so agree with you on that. All right, so we were tracking the progress of the. We were tracking the progress of this Dreamliner going to Sao Paulo. Another UPS aircraft that just snuck in on us here. Oh, what? Am I seeing double? All right, for you 757 lovers. Double your pleasure. This one arriving from the UPS home base of Louisville. (1996) And yet another 20th century aeroplane. Let us refocus on the Dreamliner headed to Sao Paulo, because it is rolling. Anthony Guinan says the 757 is so tall to provide ground clearance for the stretch model. Also, I think I read somewhere, and I'm sure that Chip would know the accurate answer to this. I thought it was also built high up like that so that it would be at the same level as the 767 for compatibility purposes with jet bridges. I may be wrong about that, but I thought I read that somewhere. Viva Aerobus, flight 781, going to Silao in Mexico, not far from León. An especially colorful bird here in the late afternoon sun. Curtis says Piedmont livery is on the move. Penguin Swift says, I love this channel. And Ian says Piedmont pushing in the background. Well, you guys got better eyes than I have. Is it back there somewhere? Well, we'll see. See if it comes over to see us. Chip says, for all the international flights I've traveled on, for some reason, the flights to and from Brazil seem to take forever. Well, let's see. You're crossing the equator, but I don't know why that would... I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it's just a... I mean, I guess theoretically you can travel a long way and still be in the same time zone when you get to your destination if you go north-south. I don't know if that's the case especially, but I've never been south of, well, I'm going to say Acapulco, I guess. Never been to the southern hemisphere. But again, we will be traveling here at Runway DFW. We'll be taking our show on the road to Los Angeles on September 13th. Spend a couple days there for Cranky Dork Fest weekend. Hang out with Kevin and Rudy. And then it's on we hop aboard a Korean Air A380. We'll take you with us to Seoul, South Korea. And we'll be there for about almost 2 weeks. So some of it I'll be spending with my son, who lives and works in Seoul. His fiancée, I'll get to meet her. And then some of the time we'll be broadcasting live. Hope to have some shows from Incheon Airport, perhaps Gimpo as well, the two big airports in Seoul. And we'll just do some other live broadcasting from elsewhere in and around Seoul. That was flight 3439 American Eagle going to Rapid City, number 175. Dave, NLR AR, notes that Brazil is 4,031 miles from Dallas, New York to London, only 3,500. So there is a difference. Anna the Dispatcher says, man, I wish I could go to Cranky Dork Fest. Well, yeah, if you can, you know, if at all possible, if you can find your way there, that's a pretty cool. I got to go last year, and I'm going again this year, and very fun. We've got a emergency vehicle parked over there. In fact, there are several lined up along the runway. Travis Michael says, first time on an A380, Walt? Yes, first time on an A380. Looking forward to it. And I think these trucks are all going after this plane. This plane it's been redirected here. It was on its way to Jacksonville from Phoenix. It's American Flight 2844, an Airbus A320. It was apparently diverted here, or it diverted itself. Don't know the reason. It obviously landed safely. And there are any number of reasons why a plane would be diverted in mid-flight to a destination. Could be mechanical, could be passenger related, could be somebody with a medical issue. We just don't know. But you can see lots of plane is still moving on its own power, and it's being followed by the emergency vehicles. So once again, American Flight 2844, an Airbus A320, diverted on a trip from Phoenix to Jacksonville, Florida. And there you see Iberia, which came in from Madrid just a short time ago. And yes, this plane is still being tailed by a fleet of emergency vehicles. So clearly there was nothing, you know, of a total emergency situation where they had to deploy chutes for passengers to get off in a big hurry. There you see it in the shadow of the Speedbird. Ian Rhodes says the plane isn't squawking any of the 7,000 codes, so nothing too bad at least, and that's certainly what we hope. Now, we don't know where it's going to park itself. And regular operations at the airport continue. In fact, we've got American Flight 80 going to London Heathrow. 777 getting ready to take off over here on the west side. We'll just take a look and see if they let this plane park or go to a gate, or if it's going to be hanging out there. We'll keep an eye on that. They're poking into your shot. There is American Flight 80, a 777-300ER, on its way to London Heathrow. And there's the American Airlines Piedmont livery, Piedmont Heritage livery. So we'll get a little better shot of that in a moment. A lot going on here as the sun goes down at DFW Airport. A little bit after 8 o'clock Central Time. You're watching Runway DFW. I want to thank once again our friend Kevin from Wellington Flights Live. He sent us his viewers after his live broadcast ended on Saturday, and we got quite a sizable bump from that. So thank you, Kevin, at Wellington Flights Live. Be sure to check out his fine channel. Now we'll get a glance at the Piedmont livery. And when you've got a stripe going, well, I like that look. It's an Airbus A321 Flight 1217, 10-year-old aircraft, and it is going to Denver. Let's see, do we have it in this picture? No, it's not. Well, there's half of it. The emergency vehicles are still lined up over there. We'll go back to that scene in just a second. We watch this beautiful replica of a Piedmont aircraft taking off. Let's see if we can figure out what's happening over here. And again, you may be able to see more than I can. You see a lot of emergency vehicles. You see the plane that was diverted on its way to Jacksonville. Parked over there at Terminal B. We're not on the side. Well, are we on the side? We should be on the side where we could see if a jet bridge is attached. And yeah, I think it looks like there is. Ian Rhodes says, I haven't seen the American Astrojet 737 in a while. Is that still around? Yeah, well, it is probably, I've seen it within the last month. So at least it's that much around. And again, just for reference, this is American Flight 2844, surrounded by emergency vehicles. Took off from Phoenix about 2.5 hours ago and was diverted here to DFW. I'm guessing about halfway, 2/3. And I apologize for the wind. But when we zoom in that far, it can have an impact on our shot there. Matthew says, does anyone, or with a question, does anyone think United and Delta should do more retro liveries? Aye. Doesn't United have a tulip livery? Does it have one of those? Or a friendship livery? I think it has one of those. Hey, there's MR Rice. Hello, MR. Good to see you. Channel member and mod. Pittsburgh Don 77 says hello. Hello, Don. German pilot Meinhardt, channel member, says hi. Hello to you. And Wild Raft wants to know what's happening to that flight. And we don't know what's happening. We don't have any inside information to impart to you, unfortunately. Curtis says there are no United Tulip liveries. Hang on. Always have to pause for the cause when one of these touches down. So we saw a flight going out to London. This one's coming in. Flight 81 coming in from Heathrow. 777-300ER, 10-year-old plane. American has 777-200s and 300s. I think the 300s are generally newer. We've got some that go back to the 20th century. We saw a couple of those on Saturday's broadcast. look at the flight that is getting so much attention over there at Terminal A. RJ Luke says, Walt, I am new to your channel. Do you get Speedbird at KDFW? And the answer to that question is yes. We get one flight a day. It's a daily flight, and it is the biggest Speedbird there is, the A380. And it's should be getting ready to blast off there. I don't see it on the radar yet, so got another little while, maybe delayed. So it's pretty much always daily. Sometimes they scrub it for whatever reason, but pretty regular. Here we are at Founders Plaza, hanging out with you on this Monday night. There's an American Eagle Embraer 170, flight 3658. It will be going to Aguascalientes. And it looks like the emergency vehicles are in retreat. So whatever happened over to that flight coming in from Phoenix that was diverted here has now been resolved, apparently. Frontier, coming in from Denver, flight 4070, with a critter on the tail. That would be Crockett the raccoon. An hour and 50 minutes coming in from the mile-high city of Denver. We're doing a live show on YouTube. Runway DFW is the channel.
Oh, Runway DFW?
Yes.
Anything special every day?
Just come out here a couple times a week and share the excitement with everybody. Here comes a Cessna 208B Super Cargo Master just arriving. Well, no, it says it's going to Tyler, Texas. Oh, okay.
$19.89.
Yeah, that one goes back a bit. As you can see, it's a Martin Air. It's a cargo plane. I think we have a new member by the name of Marcy. Hello, Marcy. Thank you for being a member of Runway DFW. Sorry we don't have your message up there. Did it say something? Let's see. Welcome to Twin Jet. So you're a new Twin Jet member, and I thank you so much for that. For some reason, our system is not populating the what was said there. Mahmoud Soleha says, good evening, everyone. T Plays GV says, did you get new cameras? The resolution seems to be a lot better. These are, we're using both our cameras currently are our main, we've got 4 cameras. I mean, I might as well boast, we got 4 cameras. The one in the upper left and the one in the lower right are our main cameras. They're Sony full frame cameras.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm a subscriber.
Oh, well, so nice to meet you. What's your name?
On my YouTube is King Matea, but my name is Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, okay.
Yeah, here's proof.
Well, there you go. Well, it's good to meet you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I watch you every day. Try to.
Well, thank you. It's so nice to meet the people who watch. And don't worry about interrupting me. So we got another viewer there. So where were we? Well, we were looking at this little guy. RJ Luke says, I don't know if you saw, Walt, but I sent you a couple of bucks for showing my MD-11. Well, let me see if I can find that. I certainly apologize for that. I do mean to acknowledge everyone's contribution. I didn't see it scroll by my screen, but sometimes I do miss things. So in any event, please accept my apology for that oversight, and I blame technical difficulties. All right, Airbus A300 fans. There's an Airbus A300. It's UPS Flight 751 going to Louisville. Louisville. That plane is 20 years old, so no jingle for you. Ian Rhodes has become a TriJet member. And there you see what would be the message, which says, welcome to TriJet, but there it is. So thank you for that. And there's a little on-screen acknowledgement. That seems to still be working. Warren Rodriguez says, hello everyone, with a smiley face. Look at this, our GoPro camera is still working after almost an hour. It's amazing. So I'm tilting our main camera up in the sky. Because we've got a perfectly symmetrical half moon overhead tonight. And it's a little shaky because of the wind, but it's halfway there tonight. Sheldon Latimer says, hey Walt, good to see, and a happy evening to everyone, else. Got a greeting from J.L. Day from Maryland. We have a bearish. That's the second time I've done that. We have a bearish livery here on the Frontier plane. It's Frontier Flight 3211 with Blanco, the polar bear. Makes sense, Blanco, white. Steve Lundaby says Walt is mooning us again. I don't know if you can see it in the background. Oh, there it is. That's the A300 headed out. Graphic Sign and Design, one of our channel members, says, checking in from a hot Las Vegas. Thanks for the stream, Walt. Well, it's hot here too. Maybe not as hot as Las Vegas. Let's see, I was going to show the weather here. Let's see if this works. Here it comes. 99 degrees. Wind out of the 11 in the south-southeast, from the south-southeast. Gusting to 14 miles an hour. But the sun has gone down, so it's a mild heat. 6-mile visibility. And yeah, that's no rain. So there you go. Here's our weather. Got United Flight 1387 going to San Francisco. You might have caught the tail end of it there. That would be an Airbus A319. This is not a United hub. Well, it's really only American has a hub here at DFW Airport. Frontier's got kind of a mini hub. I think Frontier's second after American, or the combined American and American Eagle behemoth. Well, we've been on for an hour now, so we'll remind you that you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. If you're new, we're glad to have you with us. It's Flight 2073 from San Diego, California. But yeah, if you are new and you're wondering what is the deal with all the American Airlines planes, well, this is American's primary hub. American has a number of hubs: Charlotte, Miami. Where else? But at any rate, this is the American Airlines. It's also the home of American Airlines, is Dallas Fort Worth. So as I always say, if you like American Airlines, this is the place to hang out. And if you don't, well, we look at that. We've got three other airlines in that shot. We've got UPS, Frontier, and United, along with another American Airlines plane. So the airline that we hardly ever see from our viewpoint here, Well, there's two. One is FedEx. I'm going to swing around here. We're going to see it's an American flight off to Madrid that just took off from the east side of DFW. Flight 36, it's a 777. Always nice to see a triple. Here comes that Frontier flight with Polar Bear. And for some reason, all four of our cameras are working so far tonight. I think that's because we got here just as the sun was setting, so there was no direct sun on any of our gear, because we didn't start till 7:30, and the sun is going down later in the evening, of course. So yeah, we got all of our cameras going. Only one camera operator, but four cameras. There goes the A300. Off to Derby City. As we have an American arrival in the foreground. I've got a fish out a cold bottle of water from my bag. Been yakking for an hour without any liquid. So let me go do that. Oh, and the lights have come on here at Founders Plaza. And yes, we are at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport on the northwest side of the airport. A very nice facility which the airport provides for plane spotters. And people just want to hang out. The parking is free. But there are no facilities. And now the sound of me pouring water. Doesn't that sound good? That's me crunching the bottle so it doesn't roll around. I was at Starbucks working at my regular job before I came here tonight. And I'd asked them for a cup of ice, which they gracefully provided. And I got to my car, and I put it on the roof of my car as I was putting my computer bag in, and the cup of ice spilled out over the ground and immediately melted because it's like 100 degrees. So I have no ice, but my water comes from a insulated bag with frozen, what do you call it? Those frozen blue things that keep things cold. So I've got very cold water, just no ice, in my insulated cup, so it'll stay cold. Oh, the A380 is now disengaged from the jet bridge. So we have that to look forward to shortly. What were we looking at there, Walt? That was American flight 2312 off to Sacramento, an Airbus A321. United Flight 1387 just poking its head in there. We mentioned that earlier, 737, on its way to the city adjacent to the bay. Blue Ice Flyer KG. Gel Pack says Irish Dublin. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't think of the nomenclature. So let's see, I punched the wrong button. Let's get an update on the King of the Skies, shall we? There it is. Flight 192 off to Heathrow. An 11-year-old. Airbus A380. Speedbird on the move, says Josh. One of an immeasurable number of great mods that we have that make this such a nice place to hang out. New subscriber, welcome to you. Subscribers, subscription is free to Runway DFW, and if you subscribe, you gain entree into the chat room. I saw Waz Radio in the chat. Down there from Sydney. Warren, it's good to have you with us. Flight 2903 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A320neo. It is an aircraft of the Spirit variety. Let's see if it's a yellow bird or the birthday cake variety. Should be here in about 10 or 15 seconds. Jeff Phillips, I can't punch in your message right now, but it says I finally get a night where I can watch some Runway DFW. We are so glad you can. Lonnie Johansson says, Walt, we had the Braniff plane crash here in Falls City, Nebraska on 6/6/66. The tail fell off in a thunderstorm. That is not what you want to have happen. Pittsburgh Don with a $1.49 super chat for that banana. Thank you, Don. Brandon Flaherty says, good evening, Walt, from a skip down I-20 east in Kilgore. Good to have you here. Don said it was a banana sticker for the banana plane. That's American Flight 2479 going to Phoenix, and Airbus A321neo. We have a plane that's about to come in from Redmond, Washington. I didn't know American flew to Redmond. Flight 530. Unless this is a new plane being delivered, no. It is not. So, yeah, I'm always, I don't know if it's a new destination. I hadn't seen anything about it. Maybe I just had never noticed. So we're about to see it. Airbus A320 coming in from Redmond after a 3-hour and 16-minute flight. An Airbus A320, 19-year-old plane. You know, I think the time has come. It's I had been waiting till 9 o'clock usually, but it is getting darker earlier now, so I think we've got to make that transition now over to our after dark motif. So let me push some buttons here. Let me get rid of that. And here we go. Look at that. It's Runway DFW After Dark now. It's the same show, a slightly different name. Change things up a little bit. Put our After Dark logo up there in the right-hand corner. And so, yeah, we'll be here till around about 11 o'clock Central Time with more planes and such. So hang out with us here at Runway DFW for After Dark. And don't forget, we've got Speedbird on the move. That'll be taking off momentarily. There he is, the King of the Skies. Let's pump up the volume a little bit there as far as the exposure goes. One of two 4-engine passenger types we currently see here at DFW airport on a scheduled basis. This and the Lufthansa A340, which goes out to Frankfurt, although not every day. I think the Frankfurt flight is operated by an A350 or an A330 on some other days of the week. Alfonso Marquez with a $2 super chat. Good evening, Walt from Euless, Texas. Thank you, Alonso. I appreciate your support. So the question is, right now, from the random spotter, Luke, short tee or long drive tonight? Well, if I were going to bet, I would say short tee, because that's where I think pretty much 9 out of 10 flights that I've seen recently. And what we mean by that is, when I first started seeing the A380 here, it would go all the way up, or most of the way up, runway 18 left for takeoff, so as to give it maximum runway. But in recent months, this big old jet has been pausing about 3/4 of the way up 18 left, and then turning and taking off from that point. So Rob asks, Walt, with low light camera, are you able to catch the red glow at the rear of the engines? You know what? I've never observed it, but I've never looked for it really. So if you've got a giant TV that you're watching this on, let me know if you see it. Luke says this is a good shot, Walt, with my tower in the background adds some structure to the shot. So Airman 24 with the answer to my question about Redmond. Americans started DFW to Redmond, Oregon. Did I say Washington? Redmond, Oregon on May 6th, running through September 3rd as of now. So thank you for that. Somebody in our audience would have that information. Hey, we've got a 747 which just landed, unfortunately, out of our sight on runway 13 right. We were talking about 13 right earlier. We'll get to see a little bit of it taxiing, not too much, but we'll get a head-on shot of the 747. China Airlines Cargo 747-400, 19-year-old plane. I'm sorry, we won't get a better view of it. So it'll be kind of headed towards us. Emery Urchus with a $2 super chat. Redmond, Washington is serviced by SeaTac. Okay, well, there's my confusion. Thank you, Emre. And we've got a gift of memberships. Sarah, the real deal, has gifted 5 Tri-Jet memberships. Sarah. So you'll see the acknowledgments here. There is, that's all I can display of Sarah's message gifting the memberships. I'm sorry about that, Sarah, but welcome to our new members. Caleb 20, please, can you shout me out? Well, I try to do the best I can. MR Rice wants to know, what are the numbers of gates at Terminal D that can handle Airbus A380 aircraft? The answer is, I don't know for sure. I'm guessing at least, well, there's at least one, maybe two. I don't doubt that there's more than that. Still trying to see if the, okay, the 747 is on the move. We're going to move off this camera for a second. See if we can see it. Thank you, Ronnie Johansson, for a $5 super chat. Braniff International Airlines Flight 250 crashed near Falls City, Nebraska on August 6th, 1966. Not a good day for Braniff, unfortunately. So, I don't know how much we're going to see of this 747, if any. So the China Airlines Cargo 747 is moving. Oh, there's the tail of it there, way on the right. But it's behind that wall, or behind that fence. So that's probably going to be about all we get to see. Unless it comes to pay us a visit later on, after turning around. I don't know if that will be the case. So at least we got a tail of a 747. We have a new subscription. I'm going to move that. You're not getting the full view of that. Those alerts. Well, there we see an engine. There's two engines. So, good things come to those who wait. Well, but it's going to be making a left-hand turn here in a moment. All right, let's see if we can figure out what's happening. Well, we've got a parade going here. Turkish Dreamliner on the left. British Airways A380 right there. I don't think I've ever seen 3 UPS 757s here at once. That's coming in from Laredo. All right. So we've got Turkish going to Istanbul. Sean Paul with a $5 super chat. Says hello from Marysville, Ohio. Just found your channel. Perfect views. I watch all the guys on the West Coast, mainly LAX. Love plane spotting. Well, we can't quite compete with the variety of airlines that they have there, but this is technically a busier airport than LAX, so hope you enjoy what you see. We're glad to have you with us. Glad you found us, and thank you so much for that super chat. And for being a subscriber. Looks like we got a 757 going out to make room for the one that just came in. So that's 757. No. This one is going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. So another 20th century 757. It's a 757 party here tonight at DFW Airport. This is the one that just checked in from Laredo, Texas. And here's a public service message from Josh Aldrich. It's 9 o'clock. Have you had a chance to click the like button yet? There's almost 500 people watching it. Almost 300 have clicked the like button. Please show your support for this channel. Thank you, Josh. And thank you for watching Runway DFW as we continue on the night beat. Let's do our station identification here on the Runway DFW Broadcasting Network. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark, coming to you live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. On this August 12th, 2024. Musical interlude, giving me the opportunity to partake of a sip of water here on this breezy but steamy evening here at DFW Airport. See, we've still got Turkish back there somewhere, don't we? There it is. Flyer KG is liking our music. Well, I'm glad to hear that. 757 AP says, I can't believe we're halfway through August. Are we? What's the 12th? That's not quite halfway. Glenn Killian says hello, a good Monday evening from Houston. Happy to have you with us, Glenn. Glad you're a subscriber. Kevin Kelly says hello, Walt. Hello to you, Kevin. I don't know, there's something about both the Turkish and the Qantas Dreamliners and their red marker lights. They seem to be brighter than the other planes with the same of the same make. Is that possible, or is it just my eyes, or maybe it's the camera? No, in person, the light looks a little bit brighter. Maybe it's, I don't know. Janet Jones 43 says, great tunes always, Walt. Playing Warcraft while listening to your commentary and the wonderful plane noise. Well, Mike Cruz trying for a moon shot, close but no cigar. The A380 almost passed in front of the moon for me. Yeah, you got to get kind of lucky with some. I mean, you can. I was here a couple of weeks ago with AA pilot wife, Cloudy, who has a great social media presence, and she showed me her app. She had an app which showed exactly where the moon was going to rise on the horizon. You know, it shows all the stars and everything, but it also shows where the moon is, and it shows the horizon, and you point the camera towards the horizon. It shows you exactly where the moon is, even when it's below the horizon, so you know exactly where it's going to come up. And so she was ready. She was ready for taking some pictures, and she got some great shots here at Founders Plaza that night. Bill Caldham says, good evening, Walt. Thanks for the stream. Hello, Bill. Bill Caldham from Arkansas. David Lancaster says, good evening, Walt, from Columbia, South Carolina. Well, we did see a plane coming in from Columbia, South Carolina earlier. Lonnie Johansson says, has anyone seen the American Airlines TWA livery recently? You know, I thought I saw that on the jet tip listings for tonight. Is that wrong? Did I miss seeing that? Let me take a look at me jet tip here. See American Eagle Retro coming in this evening, going out this evening. Allegheny Retro going back out this evening. We saw that. So yeah, I thought I had seen that on the manifest, but maybe I'm missing it. I don't know that I've seen it in the last couple of weeks. That we're talking about the American Airlines TWA Heritage livery. This is flight 192, Turkish Airlines, going to Istanbul, 7879 Dreamliner, scheduled to depart at 8:40. So it's running around about a half hour late at this moment. And this is the existing flight that Turkish Airways has operated on a daily basis. They have introduced a second flight, which does not operate daily, but it does operate, I think, 3 times a week or 2 times a week. We have a visit from our northern neighbors. Oh, Canada. Coming in from Montreal, Air Canada Flight 1071, Airbus A220. It took off from Montreal 3 hours and 26 minutes ago. It's longer than I thought it would take. Buckeye Traveler 56. Good evening from the Woodlands, Walt. Enjoying the stream. The Woodlands, somewhere in the Houston area. One of those big master planned communities. Not going to get a very long look at this one. But all we'll see of that was a Beech C-99 coming in from Clinton, Arkansas, Ameriflight 1791. And that plane, haha. If only we could still see it. You know, we're just going to have to give it a salute even though we can't see it anymore. A musical salute, that is. Because that plane dates back to the year 1982. And we're talking about that beach that just went by. We don't see it anymore, but 42 years old. A Beech C-99 still going strong. Ian Rhodes says, looks like TWA departed Dallas at 7:10. So I guess we Well, that would have been before we started the festivities here tonight, so... Well, it's good to know it's still there. Sorry we didn't get to share it with you. Now, I didn't miss the Turkish, did I? I did. Oh, damn it. As they say in Texas. Well, there it is. There goes Flight 192 off into the ether. I hate when that happens, and I blame myself. Luke the Random Spotter says Cedar Hill Tower's looking mighty fine this evening. By the way, check out the Random Spotter YouTube page. He's always posting some interesting video of his travels. Feel free to promote yourself there, Luke. Josh Aldrich, one of our mods up there in Oklahoma City, says I was watching a streamer that showed a plane from 1929 that was still operating after 95 years. Whoa. We've got American Flight 2188 coming in from Omaha, Nebraska. It's a 737-800. We're about to see it right there. And Jay Patel, yes, Turkish Airlines has taken off. We just caught it in the air as it was lifting off. We didn't get to see it take off, really. And that's on me. We watched it for a while, and then I moved away to get an older propeller-driven aircraft, and lo and behold, I missed it. Well, here's another propeller aircraft. This is a Beech 1900C, Ameriflight 1721, coming in from Amarillo, Texas. A 35-year-old plane, not quite as old as that last one we saw, but respect. I don't know what I'd do if we saw a plane from the 1920s. I don't have jingles going back that far. There you see cargo being ingested into that MD-11, which we hope to see going out before we depart. .757 AP suggests that I can sing the jingle. Well, I'm not really known for my musical talent. Frontier Flight 2928 from San Diego, an Airbus A321 an Airbus A320 Neo with Lewis the Greater Sage Grouse. We see that one a lot here on the tail. About to come over the shrubbery. Blowing in the wind. That's the answer, my friend. And there's Lewis. Well, speaking of other YouTube channels, Reverse Ops is here in the house. Woohoo, I am famous. Reverse Ops, based in Honolulu, so you can bet he's got some interesting things to take pictures of. The oldest DC-3, says Josh Aldridge, still flying, is the original American Airlines flagship Detroit that was delivered to American in March 1937. Who's flying that and where? Probably in Alaska, right? It's an American Eagle plane. It's an E-Jet. It comes to us from Corpus Christi, Texas. Jimmy Hendry wondering why I got an ad on my tablet but not on the big screen TV. Weird. Well, those are, YouTube considers those different platforms, and its algorithms may be targeting one over the other. I don't know. And I apologize for the ads, but they do help us pay the bills here at Runway DFW. So what I wish I could do, and I've suggested this to YouTube, is that if you are a member of the channel, you shouldn't see the ads, even if you don't have YouTube Premium. If you are a member of a channel, you shouldn't see the ads. And I haven't heard back from them. They haven't really let me know. Pittsburgh Don. Walt was there for that DC-3 inaugural flight. Was I, though? This plane going to San Diego. Towers of Cedar Hill. So let's do some Walt is so old jokes. Walt is so old, he had his box camera out there for the debut of the DC-1. All right, here's what you came to see. Good old MD-11 backing out. Right in front of us. Flight 765 to Louisville, the world port. This is one of the newer ones. This actually was built in this century. That dates back to the year 2000. It could be the last one built. I know we've seen the last one built before. Do I have a way to look that up? Well, my usual reliable source, airfleets.net, is not, aside from confirming that this is a UPS aircraft, it's not really giving me any other information about it. Oh, yes, it is. So this plane was initially delivered to Lufthansa in the year 2000, in January of 2000. So it pretty close to being a 20th century plane, but it was delivered in the year 2000. And UPS picked it up just 3 years ago. We have a new subscriber by the name of Brandon, I want to say J. Thank you for subscribing, Brandon. The wind is blowing that exhaust right to us. It's extra, we're getting that extra heat. Luke says that trijet has a nice tail engine. Now, based on the way this plane is pointing, it's unlikely that it's going to be taking off from over here on the west side, because usually this stance indicates that it's going to be going over to the east side. Welcome to you if you just tuned in. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark for this August 12th. And the dispatcher says a half hour left of work. Well, don't let us distract you from your tasks, Anna. Jimmy Henry wants to know if the back engine technically points a little up. It does. I read something once about why that is, and I can't remember what the answer is. Once again, this plane is going to the UPS Worldport in Louisville, and its trajectory indicates to us that it is headed over to the east side. So we'll try to catch it as it goes up in the air. It's kind of waving goodbye to us, isn't it? And Anna assures us that she's not in operational control of any flights tonight, so good. Luke says the MD-11 engine, tail engine, points upward because it's designed to support the aircraft's increased ramp weight. So there you go. There's always somebody who has the answer to those technical questions which elude me. Bark if you love Runway DFW. So here's an aircraft that needs to cross runway 18 right and then 18 left. 18 right is where the planes land. 18 left is where the planes take off from here on the west side. There is a plane about to land coming in from San Antonio, Texas, American Flight 2438. So I suspect this plane's going to put on the brakes here just in a second or two. Pittsburgh Don says, I hear a job at UPS has its ups and downs. And so this plane gets the clearance to cross, scoots across because there's a plane from Denver coming in right behind the one we just saw land. So there's a tri-jet headed over to the east side of the airport. We'll try to keep track of it and see if we can watch it go up in the air. Josh Aldrich up there in OKC says bedtime for me. Have a great night and thank you for watching Runway DFW. Josh, thank you for your service as one of the great members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Have a great rest and we'll see you next time. Jim Rockford said, did you ever get the big one from Australia? And I'm assuming he means the Qantas A380, and yes, we did. And in fact, it was unfortunately it was before I started this this broadcast, but it was before the pandemic. Well, I guess the pandemic is what shut down the A380 flight from Australia. Qantas had painted its famous RU logo on the back, but added a cowboy hat to mark the service to Texas. Now we have heard that Qantas is getting its remaining A380s out of mothballs. It's a process that takes some time. So maybe we'll, I don't have anything official, but maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see it again. That was flight 2747 coming in from San Diego, California, an Airbus A321 on runway DFW. Beto Basilio says hello from Arkansas. Good to see you, Beto. Reverse Op says Honolulu needs more tri-jets. I think everybody could use some more tri-jets. But if you can't see them in person, we're glad we can at least bring them to you virtually while they last. Again, FedEx also flies MD-11s in and out of here, but they're on the east side, and we hardly ever see them here on the west side. As we look out for American Flight 1173 coming in from Phoenix, an Airbus A321. Is anything going to focus? There are the undulating trees of Founders Plaza. Runway DFW, the home of undulating foliage. Hey, we're going to see a 777 freighter coming in. Eva Air Cargo from Anchorage. 777 freighter. A 5-year-old aircraft in the green and white livery. It'll be coming in just after the next arrival. The next arrival here on the west side is American Eagle 3503 from Laredo, Texas. So I don't know if we'll go out of our way to see that, but we will take a look at this. It's UPS Flight 761. It's going to Ontario, California. It's an Airbus A300. Yin A350 with a bunch of hellos. Hello, Yin A350. Jim Rockford says, wow, I just got back from Alaska. Pittsburgh Don 77 says we get some FedEx and UPS tri-jets here in Pittsburgh a few days a week. So we got a gust of wind. It's a 20-year-old A300. Once again going out to Ontario, California on Runway DFW. Congratulations to Mike Cruz. Let's see if I can find that spot here. I just captured American Flight 2861 crossing in front of the moon, my first plane plus moon picture. That is a good feeling. And thank you for sharing your success with us. The MD-11 is lined up over there on the east side to take off. I'm looking at it on the radar now. So hopefully, if we're clever enough, we'll be able to bring you that. But I'm going to swing around real quick here to catch this. Very sorry for that abrupt transition. So once again, that plane coming in from Anchorage, if I remember correctly. Look at that over there, that GoPro hanging in there after all these hours. Luke, the random spotter, a member for 9 months now of the channel. 9 months, he says, sure, seems like much longer when you have this much fun. Here's to more Tri-Jets. See you in a month, Walt. That's Cranky Dorkfest. We can't wait. Thank you, Luke, for your support of the channel, for being one of our great mods. WRN Hokey. I can't put your message on the screen right now, but they say, is there anything more beautiful than heat ripples behind a jet engine? It's a pretty cool look at night, especially when there's colored lights in the background. It's very festive looking.
Roger that, I'm to around just for takeoff, round 80 left from your right. 29, 20.
Texas Girl says, good evening, Walt. Hello, Texas Girl. Good to see you. I'd wager she's been busy motor coaching. That was American Flight 2289 coming in from Austin, Texas, 737-800. A300 scoots over to take off position. WRN Hokey says, bless you, Walt, this channel is so much fun for plane nerds like me. Well, I feel very lucky that I have found you as a viewer of this channel. Because, you know, without viewers, we're just throwing these pictures out into the universe. Do you ever think somebody in some other galaxy someday, you know, light years from now, might actually see this? Hello, aliens. I'm just on the off chance that they do see it. Hello, aliens. Hello from Earth. Greetings from Earth. We're Earthlings. Well, rats, I missed the MD-11 takeoff over there on the other side. I apologize for that. We're just having too much fun. Anthony wants to know, does anyone know if UPS loads any 747s from the front? I believe they have some of their 747s do have that capability. I've never seen it here, but I believe they can do that if it's necessary. But, you know, again, somebody may correct me. So what do we have to look forward to here tonight? Well, we usually will end our broadcast with the Qantas flight that goes back to Sydney. Flight 8, I think it is. Texas Girl, thank you for a $10 super chat. Hey, Walt, I'm up visiting family in South Dakota. I fly back on Saturday. I miss sitting out there with you. I appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you, Texas Girl. Not the same without you. Always keeping me, making sure I don't miss anything. And I hope you have a safe or a great trip with your family. And I hope you have a safe trip back home. We've got lots of our regulars shouting out to you. O'Malley, channel member, and one of our great mods. We miss you too, he says to Texas Girl. It reminds me, while I'm thanking people here, I should take that out so we don't cover it up and say thanks to all of our supporters. This is our crawl. We call it a crawl because it kind of crawls across the bottom of your screen for about 15 minutes because we have so many great members. And so I thank each of you who do contribute to the channel in a financial way. The list is led by our sponsor, James Webb. Thank you, James Webb, for everything you do for the channel. And now, the rest of the list compiled at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if you're a new member, don't look for your name on this list, but we'll have you typed in there on the next one. So here goes our Runway DFW quad jet members, the highest level of Runway DFW membership. And the list, as always, starts with 757 chip. It's alphabetical, okay? So the numbers start first. So 757 chip is first. A-list flyer Chris. Alan J. Anna the dispatcher, we heard from her a little earlier. Beaker and Honeydew. They were in the chat earlier. Beve, Cubs win. Deborah Klein, Dimitri H, Dwayne C. I could almost do this by memory. James Webb, Josh Aldrich, Kai, KS, Kai, Kevin Kelly, KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Pete Nordine, Raina Taylor, basking in her success at her latest equestrian events. Sarah Deal, the real deal from Boston. Skittles, Steve Lundaby, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. Thanks to all of you. And now you will see the names of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members. Thanks to each of you as well on Runway DFW. C5 Allen says, always such an enjoyable stream, Walt. Great job. I love DFW at night. There's American Flight 577, going to Denver, Colorado, an Airbus A321. A Texas girl making us jealous. It's been in the low 70s where she is. It's very hot there where we are. Always a good time to get out of the Texas weather. Here's the flight to Denver. Tail end of a Delta touchdown. Coming to us from Minneapolis, St. Paul. An Airbus A320 was that. And we need to give that a little bit of a salute.
1991.
Be 33 years old in December, will that plane? American Flight 1797 lifting off for lost wages. Airbus A321. Texas girl, even though she's hundreds of miles away, letting us know that we've got a 777 going to Dublin, but it's going over the jet bridge to the other side. Get a little closer there, you can kind of see the tail of it. I think that's it.
1525 has our numbers, but we need a better.
No, that's not it. The plane that is about to take off appears to be Flight 1641 to Los Angeles in Airbus A321neo. The same type of plane. I am scheduled to ride to Los Angeles next month on September 13th. Yes, I'm traveling on Friday the 13th. Plane will probably be empty, right? But yes, we are, Runway DFW hits the road next month on Friday the 13th for Cranky Dork Fest weekend out at LAX. Of course, on Friday is the big party high atop the H Hotel, put on by NYC Aviation. Kevin and Rudy will be up there to plane jockey the event. Mike Cruz wants to, can I post a link to my photo? I don't think you can in the chat. I think only mods have that ability, and I don't have the facility to do it right now. So, but if you send it to me at walt@runwaydfw.com, then on an upcoming broadcast, I can share it with our viewers. Unknown 121 says, Walt, did Texas have an earthquake today? LA had a strong one. Yeah, I heard about that. And it was centered right near Burbank, I think. Now it wasn't the big one, but it was widely felt because of where it was located, because it was so near such a great center of population. So you're looking at, as you can see, another tri-jet. This is Flight 767. It's not a 767, it's an MD-11, but it's Flight 767. It's going to Louisville.
$19.92.
And that's a 20th century aircraft. There's another one behind it. A meeting of the tails. Randy Bucksbaum says the earthquake was in Pasadena. Pittsburgh Dawn says there's a 4.4 magnitude epicenter West Highland Park. More MD11, says O'Malley. Don says Cali Plains was streaming at the time of the earthquake. Live, his camera was shaking. It was kind of cool. Well, it probably wasn't that cool if you were there. Anthony Guinan says shook for about 10 seconds here in Long Beach. But O'Malley puts a damper on all the excitement, says there are earthquakes around magnitude 4 almost every day. Somewhere in the world. That's true. Dose Trijets, says Luke. Unknown 121 says the quake was strong. I almost was thrown off my bed. Texas Girl notes Alaska gets earthquakes every day. I've only felt one earthquake once. And surprisingly, it was when I lived in Indianapolis, Indiana. I was in college. It was the early 70s, and it was late in the afternoon. I was sitting on my bed between classes, and my roommate wasn't there, so I was there by myself. And I felt this weird vibration. And since I'd never felt an earthquake before, I didn't really know what to make of it. I thought maybe I was hungry or something. I mean, like I couldn't relate to what just happened. Now, it wasn't a major earthquake, but it definitely did shake things. And it was only, and it was before cell phones and such. So it wasn't until I saw the news on TV later that night that I heard that it was an earthquake. Small one. In central Indiana. And if that's the only one I ever lived through, then I'm good with that. Here we go. Hold on to your lunch. We're going to see if we can say goodbye to this American Airlines 777. It's going to Dublin. Flight 132. It took off from the east side, and I saw it going up, and I thought, well, we'll just say sayonara to that one. C5 Allen has become a Twin Jet member. Thank you, C5 Allen. Your support is much appreciated. Go back to MD11 watch. Freddie O says, I did the 71 and 94 quakes in LA when I lived there. 71 was a roller and 94 was a pick you up and slam you down. That does not sound like fun whatsoever. Curtis says, heck, I grew up in SoCal and the worst quake I lived through was the Northridge in 94, but I've been in many quakes over the years when I lived there. Well, you know, the scientists say, well, the big one is inevitable, but they don't know when it's going to be, so. Well, we've now gone through all of our members, so thank you to each and every one of you for being a part of this channel. Take that out, put our time and date back in there. Shall we check the weather? Gotten all the way down to 97 degrees, as you can see there. So that's not too bad. Got a nice breeze. 9 miles an hour at south-southeast. And no rain. And I don't know why it always comes up saying Burbank first, but well, getting a nice long nighttime look at a couple of tri-jet tails. So I try to make sure we don't miss anything else that's important here. But as I've said before, I do like to document the tri-jets, because by next year at this time we may not see them anymore. Both FedEx and UPS are phasing them out. In fact, FedEx has another tri-jet, Flight 1601, off to Indianapolis, which is now taxiing on the east side of the airport. So maybe I can keep my eye on that one and we can watch that one take off from the east side. Luke says the tri-jets are the most important. Don't say that. They'll be around forever. Well, I hope they are. I do indeed. Ian Rhodes says bedtime for him. Thanks for the stream, Walt. Well, have a good night. Appreciate it, Ian. Ian, one of our channel members. Reverse Op says, ha, looks like I unknowingly stole the Runway DFW weather overlay for my stream. Mine also comes up with a random California city first. Yeah, well, it's a good service that supplies those graphics. Uno, I think, is what it's called, for anybody who needs to know. It's a free service, and it lets you pop things on your stream without having to consult a weather forecast. So, thanks to Uno. Texas Girl says 2 minutes until a flight from Mexico City. I see it on the list here. Let's just swing around here and see if we can get you some action while we're waiting for this to move. We've got Delta flight 870 coming in from Seattle. And you did not see it because my finger didn't hit the button, did it? Sorry. Curtis says, I saw a Lufty A340 earlier on LA flights landing at LAX this afternoon. It was kind of surprising to see it land over there. Saying that's my favorite airplane. It almost looks like the old 707. And yes, that's my second favorite plane after the 747. And we did get to see the A340 on Saturday. So I was very lucky to see that. Love that plane. What? I was all ready for the tri-jet to move into that shot, and what did it do? It pulled into a bay over here. Maybe that's why it was waiting around for so long. It is not going out. What? And I see a bunch of ground vehicles scurrying over there. I don't know if it has anything to do with this plane. But yeah, I guess this plane, destination Louisville, is sidelined, at least for a bit. We've seen this happen more than once with the MD-11. Mally has the right word. I have been duped. It's like one of those why I oughta moments. So there it is. Beto Exodio, or XOOO. A newest subscriber, thank you. Beto. Tri-Jet's always playing with our emotions, says Luke. I know. But don't despair, because just to the right of us, look at that. Lay your bets down on this one. It's flight 753, an MD-11 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
1996.
So, maybe that one will work. Let's see, are they coming in to unload this one? I can't tell. Haven't seen the cockpit door open yet. But we don't mean to make fun. Obviously, if something is amiss, we would much rather it not take off, right? Well, there are the two MD-11s that we have here in the house. Texas girl asking, is it clear there, Walt? They're saying you can see the northern lights all the way down there. Well, it's a little too bright from where I am. I guess when I get home I can take a peek in the backyard because it's kind of dark there. Steve Guyan says, welcome, Walt. I also felt the earthquake in Indianapolis back in the 70s. Standing on the screen porch and leaves on the tree started shaking and the ground was rolling. I thought it was wind. Huh. It was pretty subtle, as I recall, but I definitely felt something. But it wasn't one of those things where, you know, now you can go to the usgs.com and see, was that an earthquake? And they have all the statistics and the maps and the magnitudes all right there for you to look at. And that was not the case back in the early 70s. Dos Tri-Holers, says Luke, impressing us with his mastery of the Spanish language. Emery Urtis with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Emery. Do you know if they still use the old control tower in the middle of the terminals? Well, I do have the information about that. Now, there are 3 control towers here at DFW Airport, east, west, and I don't know if they officially call it the central tower. But we'll take a look at it right now because we're still waiting on stuff to happen. But there it is. When the airport opened 50 years ago, that was the one and only control tower. And as the airport grew and as operations expanded here, this airport is so spread out. This airport is about as big as, well, it's bigger than the island of Manhattan, as they say, in terms of square miles. And they determined it was just not easy enough to see all the traffic on both sides of the airport. So they built a control tower that was taller on each side. So now there's 3, and they use the east and west towers as operational towers. And they but the central tower, which we just were looking at, is entirely functional, and if either the east or west towers is unusable, it can be pressed into service, and they also use it for training. So here comes our 3rd tri-jet. Passing by the 2nd tri-jet. There's the west tower there on the far right of your screen. a 767 backing out. You saw it before this plane came into view. But it looks like this one's going to go out over here on the west side, so yay. There's the 767 getting ready to depart. That one's going to Louisville as well. There's our sign. So we're having some fun now. Skittles is here saying hello, everyone. Hello, Skittles. Skittles let us know that she had been dealing with a bout of COVID last time we heard from her, so certainly hope you're feeling better. That is not fun. In fact, I checked in with my pharmacy to see if I could get my updated COVID shot, and turns out it's not ready yet. Well, I thought we were going to have a turn and burn here, but it's a turn and pause. Once again, this is going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. Show us what you can do, MD-11.
Switch in departure, we'll see you, thanks. And departure UPS 753 heavy with you, passing 2,000.
Positive rate of climb, very positive, says the random spotter.
I'm sorry, what's that? UPS 753, sir? Yes, I was letting you know you're still on. Ah, sorry.
Here's that 767 we showed you earlier. Once again, this is going to Louisville. It's an 11-year-old 767. Skittle says it's been tough, her bout with COVID. So we're all thinking good thoughts for you, Skittles. Iberia Flight 6148 is approaching the takeoff position over there on the east side of the airport. It's an Airbus A330-300 off to Madrid. We'll see if we can get a gander of that taking off. The MD-11, which started moving and then parked itself, is still sitting across from us. I'll give you a look at it here. This is the plane that got pushed back and then moved, I don't know, a few dozen feet forward and then made a right turn and parked itself there. And I don't see any door. Was it? Is there a front door open there? The pilot door open? Yeah, probably. Everett Edgardo Rivera says, "Hey, hello, it's my first time already subscribed." Well, thank you so much. Carol Ann says, "I love MD-11. Well, we're happy we can bring it to you. And Skittle says, "Thank you so much for all the positive vibes and well wishes." And Texas Girl, obviously with the bigger screen than I have, says, "Yes, the pilot door is open on this one." So I guess this one's not going anywhere fast. Doesn't mean it's not going anywhere, but probably not while we're here. I don't know. Here we are at Founders Plaza, approaching the 10:30 mark. We're gonna see if we can get the Iberia flight off to Madrid here. Now again, it's taking off on the east side of the airport. It is now rolling, so we expect to see it lifting off from behind the buildings here. I'm just kind of taking a guess as to where. We have to swing around a little bit to. There it is.
Tower Envoy 3867, 10 out, 18 right. Third line, 18 right, Envoy 3867.
Now, I was thinking about our penthouse programs from last year. It gave us a view, a high-angle view of the operations on the east side of DFW Airport. And I do plan to go back there. I don't think we'll get a chance to before our sojourn to Los Angeles and Seoul, but maybe sometime this fall we can head back over to the penthouse.
UPS 793 Heavy is ready for departure.
Where is UPS 793? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Going to take off on 18 right.
UPS 783 heavy, thanks, sir.
So this again, 767. It's approaching 18 right, nominally the landing runway here on the west side. But there are occasions when planes get the go-ahead to take off on 18 right. It certainly makes sense for the UPS planes to do that because it's immediately adjacent to where they park. But Curtis says, that's the first time I found Runway DFW when you were on the east side vault from the penthouse. And now I've been enjoying your stream ever since. Thank you, Curtis. And Luke says the penthouse would be a fun stream to do again. Yes, and I had planned to do it sooner, but they had one runway on the east side which was under construction for months and months. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to go up in I'm going to spring for a hotel room, which is what the penthouse really is. Not really a penthouse, but it was a hotel room with a balcony. But if I'm going to spring for that, I might as well get all the runways that are available. So all those runways have now reopened or are now open again over on the east side. So yeah, we'll do that. I think we'll do that this fall sometime. So I remember we were there, I think it was in July last year, and it was hot. I tried to keep the patio door open so the air conditioning could blow out, but it didn't really work out that well. Luke says the pilot came out, looked at the tail, and went back in. We're referring, of course, to that MD-11, which is still sitting adjacent to us. See if I can swing camera 2 around, and we'll get an update over there. It's still there. It hasn't been shut down. I guess we can say that about it.
To the departure American 1162, good night.
So there's an MD-11 on the right, 767 on the left.
793 heavy, 18 right, Yankee, line up and wait.
I'm still seeing, I'm hearing 18 right line up and wait, so maybe it will be taking off on 18 right. Just had a plane land on 18 right, American Eagle 3867 from Wichita. Well, let's see if it makes a hard right here. It is making a hard right. We need a 18 right run down from the short T here. Of course, a 767 can handle that. They can take off in a parking lot. Am I right? Well, here we go, a rare 18 right takeoff.
We're parking just tonight.
Texas Girl lets us know that ABX Air is about to move going to Cincinnati. Well, it's been on the radar for a bit there, and usually it is my experience here watching Flight Radar 24 to say that that plane always, almost always, lights up on the radar way early. But it should be about the time that goes out, so we'll see. Thanks for keeping us up to date on that. I'll give you a little closer in view here of the plane we're looking at. And as you can see, the pilot door is open. There's a stairway up there. There's a ladder, it looks like, which is in the vicinity of engine number 1 there. If you're just joining us, this is a UPS MD-11, which began rolling. It got pushed back on a flight, I think it was to Louisville, could have been to Rockford or Chicago Rockford International. But at any rate, it moved just probably not even 100 feet, and then it made a right turn. Well, it was parked for a while. Then it made a right turn back into one of the cargo bays. So there it be. Luke with a musical interlude, a Jeopardy musical interlude while we wait for that. I guess you can think of it in your head. We don't want to break any copyright laws here on Runway DFW. Curtis wants to know, where's all the queens tonight? One queen so far. Yeah. And we only got kind of a glimpse at that one because it came in on 1-3 right. Some days we hit the jackpot. We had, what was it, one night? I think it was a Thursday night, though. We were here, and there were 7 747s altogether. And there would have been 8 if I had stayed on the air later, because there was another one that either went or came in or left as I was packing things up. It was a crazy night. But one of those nights you really, really makes plane spotting worthwhile when something like that happens. Points Traveler, one of our members of the channel, says, Walt, you'll be doing a live stream from Korea. My plan is to do multiple live streams from Korea. I think I'm going to be at a hotel the first couple of days, which has kind of a commanding view of the airport. I think it'll have sealed windows, so we won't get all the sounds, but we should get a good view of things, at least during the daytime. I won't have all my nighttime camera gear, so we'll be pretty much limited to daytime events. And then there's also an outdoor observatory on the south side of the airport, which I hope to get permission to visit from there and do some live streaming. And that's from Incheon. And there's also an airport called Gimpo in Seoul, and I haven't done a lot of investigation as to the possibilities there, but we'll see. And you know, in addition to whatever live things I can do, I'll give you a little travelogue about places I see and things I do. So it should be fun. I've been there once before to Seoul, but that was 8 years ago. So, but I look forward to taking all of you along with me on that trip. Well, an Embraer 175 is on its way to Killeen, Texas, flight 3569, American Eagle. As you see the East Tower with the skyline of Dallas in the background. And Curtis saying, sending my congrats to your son on his future bride. Yes, I haven't gotten to meet her yet, so they got engaged since the last time Colin was here, so it'll be nice to get to know my future daughter-in-law. A Points Traveler with a suggestion. Maybe do a live stream from North Korea if you have time. Well, I do have to say that I have been in North Korea. Only technically, however. The last time I was there, my son and I got on a tour bus which went to Panmunjom, which is the border area where it's all set up to have talks between the two Koreas. And so they have each side has a large building. And then in the middle, on the border itself, are these kind of huts. These kind of wooden or aluminum huts. They're not grand structures in any case. There's a series, about 4 of them, I think, that straddle the border. And as a tour group, you can go into one of these buildings. Of course, you're escorted. And they warn you not to make any sudden moves. You don't want to trigger anything. But you can go into the building, and there's a table in the middle, and the table is exactly on the border. And while you're in the building, under the supervision of the guards, you can actually walk over the line and be in North Korea. So I've been in North Korea. But I have to tell you, before you go there, before you go on this part of the tour, you go to an auditorium, and they have you sign a piece of paper which says, the military authority is not responsible for your safety because things can and have in the past gone wrong. So you have to sign a waiver disclaiming them of any responsibilities. So it makes you think about it, but I didn't see anybody who turned down the opportunity. No funny stuff, says O'Malley. Yes. And there wasn't. But you're standing there, you can look directly across the border, and you see the Korean guards there with their helmets and their stern looks and their weapons, and something to see. Luke says, well, still a long week ahead of me here, time to retire. Luke, I appreciate it so much. Thank you for your support of the channel. Thank you for being a moderator. And have a good night. We'll see you next time. Kind of scary, says Network. Well, I never felt unsafe. I have to say that. And Curtis says it's an interesting story. Well, I'll have more stories to share when I go back. Take you with us this time. And Points Traveler says, probably not the best time to exercise your First Amendment right. Well, of course, it is South Korea, so I don't know what I imagine their gun laws are a little different than what we have here in the Estados Unidos. So, well, marker, is this plane actually going to go out? Let's take a look under the belly of this plane. We see peoples down there. Push that thing back. Texas Girl has been keeping an eye on that ABX Air jet, that 767, I think it is. And she says it's on the move, and indeed it is, according to flight radar.
18 left to Larry, clear for takeoff on Boy 3788.
Andre says just pulled the stairs from this plane.
1 left out of the way, number 673.
And this plane is on the radar again. It's going to Louisville. I do believe I see some movement, or is it an optical delusion? Fire it up, says C5 Allen. And the random spotter says, ooh, Trijet, my retirement has been delayed. I do indeed see a tug there to the left of engine number 1. So whatever was amiss has been unmissed, I guess. Engine number 2 on standby. Vroom vroom, says O'Malley. And Curtis says, push it back already so the random spotter can head to bed. Yeah. You have to be patient to be a plane spotter sometimes. Ken Smith, our newest subscriber. Thank you, Ken. Flyer KG says, feel the heat. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get too close to that out spout. It's moving! Only to reveal the UPS logo. So, as Borat might say, great success. And Curtis queries, the question is, will it go to 18 left or over the bridge? It can't go over the bridge. It just can't. Freddie O saying, night all, heading off to bed. Thanks, Walt, for the great stream. Take care all. See you next time.
Nightstream Park, clear for takeoff, 185, next 25 miles.
Now, Texas Girl lets us know that ABX is finally headed our way. And I thought that was it, but that's not it. That's another plane. Oh, there it is. It's the one with the bright light pointing right at us. This is Flight 102 ABX Air going to Cincinnati. 767-300 ER.
$19.89.
It comes to us from the 20th century. Deacon Bernard Golf, are you at Founders Pavilion? Well, it's technically Founders Plaza. But yes, DFW Founders Plaza is where we are at. Just north of the UPS cargo hub, which affords us the very nice views that we get of the tri-jets, the A300s, the 767s, the 757s, and we get the occasional 747 in there, in addition to the MD-11s. And I think we've seen all of their fleet tonight that we normally get, except for 747. There you see the ABX livery, mostly white. Typically, the ABX flights will go over to the east side for takeoff, but not always. But James, watching from Tucson, we hardly ever see UPS here, but to FedEx Daily 1414 Heavy every morning, Tuesday through Saturday. That's not Tucson, is it? TUS? Tri-jet on the move. Now it looks like the ABX, well, could be making a turn here to take off, but we'll see. Here comes the tri-jet. And I think its trajectory is one that will likely take it over to the east side. ABX is waiting. Farid Abed checking in says, hey, Walt confirmed 5 tornadoes hit the Cleveland area Tuesday afternoon. It took till today for some to get their power back. Woof. Yeah, we had some storm damage. Gosh, was it late April or early May? Either a tail end of a tornado or the remnants of a tornado or something to do with a tornado. And still waiting for the insurance to make their decision on what's going to happen. So ABX headed, I just want to confirm that, going over the bridge, but look at this. Oh, a FedEx plane is coming over here. What? Yeah, there goes ABX here. But FedEx, flight 1806 to Oakland, it's an Airbus A306 or A300 coming to see us. Now, I'm not here 24 hours a day, so I don't see what happens all the time, but it is, in my experience, fairly rare for FedEx to bring a plane over here for dispatch. But, you know, of course, that's up to the controllers. The FedEx operation is on the east side, so it's not unusual for it to go over there. We're going to have a meeting of the cargo planes here. As you see there on the right, the UPS MD-11 coming to greet its arch rival. It heads over to the east side. Like trading places. Somebody strobing the MD-11. But yeah, it's going over the bridge, and the FedEx came over the bridge in the other direction. Mike Cruz says Oakland is to the west, so it makes sense to take off here. Yeah, it does. But I've been here at this time. Well, I'm usually not here on Monday night, so maybe this is common. We have noticed before that UPS does seem to have some more flights than it had been having, and that may or may not be because UPS stole away a contract to carry mail for the U.S. Postal Service from FedEx. Well, the last time we saw a FedEx here, it was an MD-11 come over to this side, and that was very exciting. I can't remember if it landed. I think it was taking off from this side. My tripod's having a mind of its own. So about to see American flight 2167 off to Portland in Airbus A321. That's it there. American flight 1504 coming in from Los Angeles. Just after 11 o'clock here in the central time zone of the USA. That sounds a little too upbeat for our night cast. But I just picked it at random. Well, you're watching Runway DFW After Dark on this August 12th, 2024. This should be our final half hour, or final hour anyway. Yeah, this is way too upbeat. The music ends just in time to see the FedEx 767 blast off for Oakland. And then we'll check in on that MD-11. A300 off to Oakland. Let me check in on the MD-11. It's second or third in line over there on the east side. So you're saying that the Qatar A350-1000 is headed our way. And it is indeed. It's one of two daily flights betwixt here and Doha.
190, 4000, 18, left, take up on 13551.
Skating Banana says a bit late, but hi y'all. It's never too late. Come on. So we're on MD-11 watch. The Flying Oryx on the tail. D4 I can't. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. I came for the planes, but I'm staying for the voice. I'm the only one who am I the only one who finds this voice very soothing? Well, listen, if we can make your stay a pleasant one. But as I've said before, really, it's the process. I have a very nice soundboard that Mrs. Runway DFW got for me for Christmas or my birthday. And it does a lot of processing. It kind of makes me sound more announcery, really. All right, looks like it's the turn of Flight 767 UPS MD-11 to take off for Louisville over there on the east side of the airport on runway 17 right. So we're going to point our, let's see, where will it take off from? We'll estimate over here. See how close we come. So that's where we're pointing. The UPS MD-11 will be taking off from behind those terminal buildings somewhere. We just have to try to judge. Okay, MD-11 on the move. And again, this is the one that had kind of the false start when it pulled out of the gate here at the UPS facility. So, but it is on the move now. It is about to rise into the night sky. Success. So pretty far away, but we did get to see it head out. The Qatar A350 still pointed in the wrong direction. Oh, and our camera is. Lock that down a little better. Okay, D4 or dark. Got it. Sorry if I misconstrued. Somebody in the chat, one of our mods, claims to have removed the forbidden music button. Texas Girl says, well, guys, I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. Good to see you again, Walt. Safe travels home. See you soon. I'll be back Saturday morning. We'll have safe travels back to Texas, but enjoy the cool weather while you're up there. Robert Stevens says, such cool video tonight. Thank you, Robert. D4 is a fan of the Qatar A350. It's a big plane. And as we found out from one of our viewers, this is technically longer than the A380 by just a little bit, a wee bit. Only one deck, but a little longer. Robert Stevens says, awesome work to you all at Runway DFW. Well, I think by that he means to our mods, because of course here it's just me, but our mods carry the load here at Runway DFW. That's why people like to come back, I think, because the mods are so entertaining and welcoming. We've got good mods. Let's tilt up for Frontier. What do we got there? Upon the tail of that Airbus A321neo, Emmett. Have I seen this one before? Emmett, the golden-cheeked warbler. Emmett, the golden-cheeked warbler. And that's, maybe I haven't seen it before because it's a new plane as of February. This doesn't ring a bell. Covel Cadet Private First Class says, I have always loved watching these live streams and seeing the A380 fly in. Well, we were here a little late to see it fly in today, but we did get to see it lift off. As we wait for the big A350 to take off. Got another Frontier flight coming in, this one from Baltimore Washington International Airport, an Airbus A320neo with Piper the White Pelican. So let's check out the livery stylings of Piper the White Pelican, if we can. John H. says, Walt, thanks for providing this wonderful stream during my night shift. Glad we could do that. And Thanks for being a member of the channel, John. Alrighty, we have nothing inbound right now, so we're just waiting for planes to take off, really. I still don't see the Qantas flight, but it looks like the Qatar A350 is getting ready to take off. There it goes off to Doha. One of the longest journeys you can make from Dallas-Fort Worth. Many, many hours. CCPFC says, good night, y'all. This was a great live stream. Thank you for being hanging out with us. So where is our flight to Sydney? Qantas Flight 8. Guess what? We don't have one today. So there's no point waiting for it, I guess. All right. Well, as a consolation prize, how about Spirit? Flight 1960. It's an Airbus A320. We'll just pretend that this is a flying roux and that it's on its way to Sydney. Good day, mate. Yeah, no Qantas. That's a bummer. I really had no idea. I was expecting it all along, and I thought it was a daily flight. Maybe they don't fly on Mondays, or maybe this is just like a one-off where they didn't have one scheduled. But at any rate, nah, no Qantas. Okay, so that brings us to the tail end of our broadcast. D4 says, being an Aussie, it's always good to see Qantas on other streams. So we do get Qantas flights from Sydney and from Melbourne. Melbourne is not daily. Sydney, I thought, was daily, but I don't know. Maybe not. Any rate, I I apologize for not being able to show you that tonight. Melanie says, only 6 more likes to reach 500. Please help. Well, if you're so inclined, if you liked what you saw and you didn't have a chance to hit that like button, I don't really make that appeal directly, but sometimes our mods and viewers do. But yeah. Royale says, "Hey Walt, been in the Lurkers Lounge for a while, so glad to see you in the evening when it's cooler at DFW." Well, everything is relative, but yeah, it is cooler than in the daytime, that's for sure. WBM says, "How are the bugs at Founders Plaza?" Sometimes we get little nits that kind of bite at you and fly around, but I haven't seen any recently. And D4 says, "Looks like the one that was meant to depart to DFW was canceled." So there we go. So the Dreamliner that was supposed to have come here didn't get here because it was canceled from Sydney. So that explains that, I guess. All right. Well, let's see. I have people to thank before we go on to Chatstravaganza. So we should play some music here. Let's see here. I think I like this one. This is a good After Dark song. Yeah. That's got kind of the vibe that we need here after dark. Well, I don't have the graphics that I usually have because, again, we're on our system that I'm testing to take to Los Angeles and Seoul with me. But I would like to thank especially, first of all, top of the list is James Webb, our official channel sponsor. Thank you, James Webb. Wherever you are, we'll see you at Cranky Dorkfest. Also, thanks to Kevin of Airline Videos Live. He has provided us with battery power. Not using any of his batteries tonight, but we've got them all charged up for when he comes, perhaps in October. We'll see about that. Thank you, Kevin. And check out Airline Videos Live. Also, last but not least in any way whatsoever, it's the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Charlene is there right now. O'Malley is there, hanging out, moderating things, keeping an eye on everything, making sure you have a good experience at Runway DFW. Thank you to those two rascals and to all the other mods here at Runway DFW. We've got, what do we have next? Oh yeah, Chatstravaganza is coming up next. So let me set up for that. We'll just go into it with this music. Yeah, Chatstravaganza, where you have the privilege of watching me pack all this stuff up, and you get to listen to some groovy tunes as well. So, all you hep cats and kittens, we will see you again soon on Runway DFW. But until then, a little more stuff from here as I pack things up on Chatstravaganza. So let me punch this in here, punch that out. No, that's not what I want to do. Please stand by. Take that out. See, I'm producing on the fly. Here's what I want. Okay, here we go, Chatstravaganza. This is the time when I have to switch over to our other music player here. And I thought I had it all planned out, but no. So please stand by while I find the playlist. Because if I hit the wrong button, we'll start playing music that I can't play. We don't want that. Here we go.
Do you remember? All your favorite hits. More jingles all the time. The brightest blend of music all in one place. blend of music all in one place.
Well, looks like our one of our cameras froze up there, did it? Or am I just... Or is our signal gone out? I'm hearing it, but I don't know. Well, we tried something new tonight. We tried to have automate our two behind-the-scenes cameras, so made it a little bit of a change up. Anyway, I think that's it for us. Not quite midnight. Don't think we'll make it till midnight tonight, unfortunately, but we will see you soon again here on Runway DFW, whether be it here at DFW International Airport or be it over at Dallas Love Field some morning or evening later this week. I do appreciate your hanging out with us this evening, and be back soon. Happy contrails to you until we meet again on Runway DFW.
Runway DFW on YouTube. On YouTube. On UFW. On YouTube, on UFW. Yeah, yeah. On YouTube, on UFW. Runway DFW. On YouTube, on UFW. Runway DFW. On YouTube. On YouTube, on UFW. On YouTube, on YouTube. On YouTube, on UFW. On YouTube, on YouTube. On YouTube, on UFW. On YouTube, Runway DFW. On YouTube too. Runway DFW. On YouTube too. On YouTube, on UFW. On YouTube, on YouTube. On YouTube, on UFW. On YouTube.
I know you're probably not still there, but this is my cheating way to get up to midnight. Why? I don't know.
Runway DFW. On YouTube too. Runway DFW. On YouTube too. On YouTube.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.